And welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of Week 5 of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. Alex Gruskin here once again to steer the ship. Giavara had a look at a pass there, and apologies, I know my audio cut out as we went to the single screen. You all should be able to hear me now as, again, Week 5 of this USTA SoCal Pro Series gets rocking and rolling. At least our coverage does. Semifinals Saturday here in singles. Doubles championships coming a little later. Matches. Obviously want to introduce all our cast of characters as we get into our coverage here today. You see on the right side of your screen, Haley Giavara, number 2 overall seed this week. years old. Gets us on the board to start our women's singles semifinal. She holds 4-1 love. Javara, of course. Standout player, All-American. The University of Cal Berkeley. 22-year-old, the number 2 seed overall this week. Still looking to reach her first career singles final. Put herself a match away before, including a little bit earlier in this SoCal Pro Series back in Rancho Santa Fe. In the fall. Stanford, excuse me. Made that one look really easy to the 18-year-old. Game point chances for her to put a hold on the board. 18 on the near side. Giavara, 22 years old on the far side. Now look at 25-year-old Isaiah Strode. Cool, calm, collected. He's got himself a little bit of a look in the opening game of Lerner Tien. And of course the 17-year-old, so talented. Already a Kalamazoo USTA Boys 18's national champion is the lefty. A late start to his freshman campaign at USC, but when he did play, he was as advertised. The semifinals this week, both he and Strode looking to make their second career pro finals here today. is indeed a Lerner Tien hold for one love. 17-year-old has not played a ton of pro tennis in his career. Did get that opportunity to play the U.S. Open last season. Qualifying at Miami and Indian Wells, those Masters events earlier this year. Semifinals at a 25K in Malibu as well. Again, Tien looking for his second pro final today. On the other side, 25-year-old Isaiah Strode. 22 and 18 overall on the season. Currently sitting just outside the top 1,000. Does get back into qualifying. Reboot things here early in his career, or I should say, as he continues his career. Strode 25, of course, opted not to attend Alabama, hit the Pro Tour. The early break for 2-1. All right. She is certainly someone college tennis fans will have on their radar. The #1 recruit in the country, according to tennis at recruiting.net. Again, headed to Stanford. Throw her on a team with players already like Yepa Fanova, Connie Ma, Alex Blokina, if Angelica Blake's back for another year. Stanford women's tennis is going to be right back where they always are, competing for a national championship. And of course, we'll get back to that in a moment. Meanwhile, how frequently does this happen? You have a look in your opponent's service game, you don't convert, all of a sudden you're under all sorts of pressure, and that's exactly where Lerner Tien has Isaiah Strode in his opening service game. Split screen, of course, see if the 18-year-old Catherine Hui can consolidate the early break. Early break point chances for Lerner Tien. So explosive, not the biggest guy, but he's already been clocked 140 on the serve. Firing on all cylinders. Tien does break for the early 2-love lead, so it's the teenagers, Tien and Hui, off to the fast starts. Long way to go, but that's what this USTA SoCal Pro Series is all about, and appreciate all of you joining us here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Pro Series is all about providing players like Tien, Hui, Giavara, even someone like Strode at 25, where things still haven't quite clicked for him from a breakthrough perspective. chance to work things out, get the chance to find your form against some of your peers over the course of 6, 7 events. Gotta love it. That's why our Crack Rackets team is so excited to be a part of this coverage. Does get the hold on the board 4-3-2, so in the meantime we'll take you full screen and look at this. 25-year-old Isaiah Strode, another opportunity. But instead it's a Tien double fault, so we're trading breaks early. 2-1 Strode with the lead on court number 7. Again, just want to quickly show you a little bit more about some of these players. You see Catherine Hui, again, the 18-year-old, dropped the set yesterday to Danielle Wilson. Straight set wins in round 1 and 2 coming into today. Of course, now, that's who we'll see later. Erin Cayetano, excuse me. Wrong button pressed by me. You see on court number 3, Haley Giavara. Straight set wins over Hutchinson on Zhao. That's looked awfully good, not just this week, but again, Giavara now a track record of success at this USTA SoCal Pro Series, has made the quarterfinals now. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 4 of the 5 events, excuse me. What does that mean? It means she is very much in the hunt for that wild card into Indian Wells, being offered to the player that can accumulate the most points at this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Again, you'll get a Indian Wells qualifying wild card, chance to really test your skills against the best of the best in the pros. You see, oh, there he is. So we will go back to the split screen. Isaiah Strode, the 25-year-old, serving on the near side, as is Catherine Hui. Dare I say, it's a little bit of a break fest. Right now on court 7, neither guy doing enough with the first serve at this moment. Excuse me, Giovanra does not like the call. It was close. Tough to tell either way. Scoreboard's going to be on again, 4-2 now. Kathleen Queen maintaining that break lead. Another break point chance coming up for Tien. Let's make it 3 breaks in our opening 4 games. I want to make things interesting, huh? On court number 7. Another break for Tien, so he does take the early 3-1 lead once again out in front. Giovanra. I think we went wide there either way. 30 on what is obviously feels like a must-hold situation for Haley Giovanra here in this first set. Meanwhile, if you're a learner, Tien, first serves, comfortable holds. How valuable would that be right chance for Giovanra. Return land good? No, just missed. That was a break. But no, did it land good? It says 5-2 on the scoreboard, but Giovanra is clearly still serving, so evidently no. that miss long from Giovara. So it's another break point chance. And again, we'll get back over to Lerner Tien here in a second, just to show you where he's at. Oh, 3-1-30 all. We kind of have to stick here, don't we? Tien consolidate the break lead for the first time. Looks like he can ace down the tee. Yes, he can. Ace down the tee, so it is 4-1. I thought that was long, too. I think Isaiah Strode did as well. But Tien does consolidate, and now there's a little separation. Giovara is so explosive, right? As we'll take us back to the split screen. She has the weapon. She has that elite pace. Clearly has overwhelmed her opponents with that pace these first 3 matches here in Irvine. Raining that power in, particularly equipped to manage the pace. Yeah, I thought that first serve was just wide as well. Yeah, the question for me right now as I watch Catherine Queen, what's the weakness? Where does Giovara find easy opportunities to attack? Good from Strode. Chances he looks to put his first hold on the board. Fought off. That's what Giovara has to do. Keep swinging. She has that sort of doesn't matter what my opponents are doing power. She's on her front foot. Just blitz through about anyone. Deficit. Well, Strode does put his first hold on the board. 6 games in, we've already had 9 breakpoint chances. I think that landed good, so we're going to get 10, 11, and 12 as well. Or at least 10. Strode firing freely on that forehand wing. And goes long, and he's frustrated. Hopefully he kept that ball inside the fence, otherwise he might be in a little bit of trouble. The break back for Strode. I'd say we're on serve, but we're not. He ends up a break. It's really as simple as, up a hold, excuse me. It's as simple as that right now, as we'll take it back to 9. And remember, how frequently does it happen? Catherine Hui, Giavara playing a long deuce game that goes the way of Haley Giavara. How often do you see a player broken after failing to capitalize on an opportunity like that? Little bit of a look now. One fought off, still 2 to come as we'll take it back to the split screen. As he has Strode beginning his 3-4 service game. Strode's made just 7 first serves so far today. That was the 7th one he's made. Only his 4th service game, but yeah, that's not good. First ace of the day for Strode. That's much better. Giavara does break back for 4-all. Apologies, missed that break point. Perfect point for Queen, obviously, right back. Loose error there, too loose. Clearly Strode likes to take those big cuts on the forehand. Better. Meanwhile, how about that drop shot pass combo? Sets up 3 more break point chances for 18-year-old Catherine Hui. As Tien does break right back. As I said, he's up a hold. Not up a break, he is up a hold. 2 holds for Tien, just 1 hold for Strode. That said, the 17-year-old will serve for the opening set. Right back for 5-4, so she'll serve for the opening set. Obviously don't want to miss any of it. 3 points away from the opener. Oh, just long. Did bend it like Beckham, didn't he? Hooked back in, but it chased on him. So again, another look for Isaiah Strode. Gonna learn her Tien service game. Meanwhile, obviously want to go to the split screen here. She was broken she was broken in her last service game, but Catherine Hui's been in front from the start. And now Hui, the 18-year-old, will serve for the opening set. Tell me Strode landed that. Just for posterity purposes. Did land the previous return, but that pass sails on him. Still another break point chance. Meanwhile, if you're Catherine Hui, first serves have been so essential. There's been 76% of them so far here today. This one just 1 point on her second serve. That was a freebie offered by Giavara. Fights off another break point. He's back to deuce again. 2 teenagers. To reach some pro finals here this week for Hui. It would be first of her career. Takes the opening set 6-3. 17-year-old halfway to another pro circuit final. Meanwhile, again, Catherine Hui has reached the quarterfinals at least in all 4 SoCal Pro Series events that she's played. The 18-year-old, again, an incoming Stanford freshman, She's been one of the breakout stars, no doubt. Now got knocked out by Haley Giavara, 6-2 in the third in Rancho Santa Fe at the end of May. What can she do here as we start July? Nothing there. That's that overwhelming Giavara power. And you know, if I sense any, I don't want to say weakness, but an attackable part of Hui's game, it's that serve. It sits up there for Giavara to attack. Oh, we can't believe she missed that. Ball called long, confirmed by the chair. So now it's 5-all. And look, by the way, I mentioned that serve for Catherine Hui. She's 18 years old. Wait for her to get to Stanford, put on the muscle you do throughout the course of your college development. Ball leaking on her a little bit. Back to the split screen again. First set to Lerner Tien. 5-year-old Isaiah Strode looking to make a second career pro final, as is Tien. Strode serving first on the far side to get our second set underway. Serve. But more importantly, where is the first for Isaiah Strode? Just a wave of errors. That's better. Get broken 3 times in a single set. Only hold once. A little demoralizing for Strode. He's just a little lethargic. He's wandering out there. He's searching. Obviously, the clear-cut game plan a little more difficult when you're playing someone as explosive as Tien. Now Tien opening breakpoint chances. That's better. A first serve on a breakpoint. Maybe that can set the tone for set 2. Out in front for the first time today. Strode is as well. He holds to kick off set number 2. Maybe that can get the confidence going. Maybe that the catalyst moving forward. graphic, I apologize. Or wrong screen, excuse me. Again, Haley Giavara. Now a 6-5 lead. Bounce, and she's ready as the 22-year-old. Again, eagerly awaiting this serve. Giavara's never reached a pro final. She's played a lot of pro tennis in her time, has been ranked as high as 650 in the world prior to coming to college. Still looking for that first singles final. Swinging so freely. It's both good and bad, right? The errors come with it. Giavara keeps attacking. And look, I'm aware they're out of the changeover. They're playing. Martin looks like he's about to put an opening hold on the board. In fact, he does. We'll get back to that match in a moment. Giavara, Hui, home stretch of this opening set. Feels like now's a good time for us to lock in. Seven, 5 first set to Giavara. What a run. What a turnaround. Really impressive stuff. Again, just those weapons. She just plays with such confidence. She's so decisive in her swings. And she was down the majority of that first. Got the break back for 4-all. He still served for the set. Giavara, you saw that return positioning. Coming off of a quarterfinal at a 60K in Sumter. Giavara now one set away from her first career pro singles final. just so, yeah. And why might he be like that? I want to show you quickly. Obviously, we'll keep him in the background. But you see, Isaiah Strode has played a lot of tennis this week. The qualifier, 10-7 in the third. Over, I believe, brother Elijah Strode in round one. Always tricky. Three-setter over Perez as well early in the event. Been a long week for the qualifier. A lot of tennis on his body. Good wheels from Tien, but a little casual flick of the wrist. Another game point chance for Strode. Strode holds for 2-1. Back over to court number 2, second set underway. Haley Giovara again from 5-4 down, 3 straight games. Break, hold, break. And she is firing. Did that miss? No. Landed good. No, missed. And honestly, it looked like it did. The celebration, I think, was to sell it to the chair. She sold me for a moment. This out can go with Giovara. I was going to use a Cedar Point reference, but I don't know how many SoCal listeners would have attended an amusement park in Sandusky, Ohio, but it's a little like the Dragster. It's a little like the Gemini. You go up, you come flying down, you go right back up. Right now we're on a down spiral, though. Giovara, a couple of loose errors. Catherine Clee right back out in front. As to be honest, she has been for about 80% of the time on the scoreboard. Early break for One Love in the second set. Again, the last time those two played, it was a 3-set battle. Giovara ultimately escaping 6-2 in the third. Tien. Balance, right? You hit your 6th ace, you follow it immediately with your 3rd double fault. Life is balance as Tien still another game point chance. Tien does hold for 2-all. So now we'll go back to the split screen. Early action, 2nd set. Giovara looking to get a break right back. 18-year-old Catherine Queen. Isaiah Strode looking to find a way to sustain this rhythm after a disastrous first set on serve. Much better aggression from Catherine Quee. Gonna have to find a way to play on her terms again. Whether it's moving forward like that, stepping into the backhand as she seats the break right back to Giovara. It just feels like Giovara has done the majority of the dictating. Make or miss. Loose errors as we're on that end. Giovara or is that a roller coaster? That's too dramatic. I would say it is one speed though for Giovara. Swing, swing, swing. You see Strode holds for 3-2. Some rhythm being found in our men's singles semifinal. I should say our first singles semifinal of the day. That land good? I think it did. Yeah, caught 30-all, okay. Again, keeping my eye on that Lerner Tien scoreboard. Serving 2-3. I don't see a first point yet underway, but I do anticipate they'll be starting soon, so we'll get back to it. Yeah, you see Tien walking his way back now. Strode actually still at the bench. So we have a little time. It's a break point chance. 3 errors off the racket of Haley Giovara. All we really had, well, 2 errors, I should say. And a well-struck backhand line. Why not 3 straight breaks to start the second set? He breaks right back. So 3 straight to start our second set on court number 9. Meanwhile, Lerner Tien looking to make it 6 straight holds. Showing off the touch now is the talented 17-year-old. Of course, coming up next, another fun wave of semifinals. Jiajing Liu, Aaron Cayetano, 2 of your top 4 seeds doing battle. So 3 of the top 4 seeds make it to the semifinals this week in Irvine. Again, Liu, Cayetano, your next women's singles semifinal. Goes long, of course, coming up after that. I was saving this fun fact for later on in the day. You see Catherine Hui, Haley Giavara, 2-1 second set. They're doubles partners, the top seeds this week. And they've advanced to the final. They'll take on Isabella Sheev, Aaron Cayetano, who will win a title earlier together in the USTA Pro Series this year. Plenty of success as the top 2 seeds do battle. Coverage of those matches for you as we continue here throughout the day. Of course, on the men's side, coming up next in the singles semifinal, Quinn Van de Castile, finalist last week, into another semifinal. He'll take on 6th-seeded Edward Winter. That'll be Butcher Summers. And on another USTA SoCal Pro Series champion, Bryce Nakashima, who of course is partnered with Lerner Tien. Just held 4-3 all. Just the racket speed for Giavara. I don't care if you've watched tennis for 25 years. I don't care if you've watched tennis for 25 seconds. That racket speed just jumps through the screen as impressive. Turn goes long, great point goes astray. Meanwhile, Tiana looking at Strode's service game for the first time this set. Alright, since the opening game of the set, excuse me. Big first serves into that Tian forehand. holds 4-3-1. She does consolidate once again, but we've been there before. Meanwhile, Lerner Tien, a look at a break. You just can't give him that much time on the forehand. You just feel like a breakup serve here for Strode's legs. A little lethargic here in set 2. Just a little, but certainly a little. Certainly a little. Sorry, sometimes I make myself laugh. Yeah, it's half speed. And again, it's been a lot of tennis for Isaiah Strode. Plus, look, Lerner's just got weapons. Boy may be 17, he can play. He is now a set and a break lead, 2 games away from what would be his his second career pro singles title. Lerner, a 7-6 in the third win over Hawaii All-American Andre Iligan in the round of 16. 5-3 over wildcard Tristan Boyer in the quarters. And better tennis as the tournament progresses. And obviously, as soon as he's out of the chair, we'll get you back for that 4-3 service game. See if he can consolidate. Tien is out of the chair. Strode is not. Meanwhile, I don't hate these cuts from Catherine Hui. She's just trying to assert herself. A little bit more in these rallies. Not let Giovanna just tee off as she really has been the last 30 minutes. Tien is out of the chair, so we go back to the split screen. Giovanna thunderous on the overhead. put himself a game away from the final. God, so impressed. 17-year-old brings. It's just a professionalism, and I spoke a couple of players who faced him this college season. That's what impressed them the most. The poise. Before, right? Strode does hold for 5-4. There was a game 4-2. First set, Catherine Hui had a shot at a double break 5-2 lead. Just long. But on that occasion was unable to convert any of her breakpoint chances. Giovara held for 3-4, broke back for 4-all. Now obviously was broken before breaking back, taking the final 3 games of that first set. But this is that same spot. Hui a look at a double break versus just maintaining that lone break lead. Such a difference between the two. Lerner Tien is out of the chair. Again, it's Haley Giovara who earns a tough hold. Now she's still down a break, but it's just one break, not two. And we saw the impact of that just single break deficit, how narrow the margins still are in set 1. Man, Lerner Tien has played a loose game. He'll now face 3 break points. Strode breaks back. ball overall. We play on 7. Meanwhile, Catherine Hui unable to earn that double break lead. How does she respond here? All of a sudden, Isaiah Strode's connected on a few. He holds for 4-2, so maintains that single break lead. Game point chances here for Strode to take 6-5 lead in the second. Great wheels from the 17-year-old piano. You know what Strode's trying to do. Hit the big first serve, unload on the first forehand. Particularly line. Loves that first serve, forehand line. You find his backhand, that next one's a drop shot. Road holds for 6-5, so we will indeed play on court number 7. Meanwhile, Giavaro holds 4-3-4, so one of those rare moments where we actually don't have any tennis. Show you all double changeovers, but of course, plenty of fun stuff happening here on the USTA SoCal Pro Series, week number 5 here this week in Irvine, California. We'll head back to LA next week as our action continues. As a matter of fact, let's show you week number 6, our penultimate week of the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit. Next week, we're headed to Lakewood. Week number 1 at Lakewood, I should point out, just north of Long Beach. As you see last year's champions, I bet we might see Jamie Floy-Angele. Maybe even see that duo of Pon with Nava. Not sure we're going to see Brianne Miner, but Kenna Jones, maybe if healthy. Snow Han. USC now rising, what, senior? Of course, we'll have coverage semifinals Saturday, championship Sunday, as we always do here at Cracked Rackets, this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Rolling on, and right now, Lerner Tien looking to rebound, steady the ship, served for the matchup, 5-4 in this set. Now serving to stay alive in the set. Again, he's gotten a little taller, as every 17-year-old does, and has always had that weapon of a first serve. The question is, how frequently can he make it under the 60% clip today? Finds a few big ones when he needs them most. Now game point chances to force the breaker. Gets back to a split screen here in a moment. Apologies for the mid-court switch. Button was being a little rude to me, trying to switch it after the Tien hold. Going to do a little resetting on my end. But now you can see Giavaro, not a break point chance, but a little 30-all look. Have been here before on the scoreboard, haven't we? All due respect, Catherine Kui, 18 years old, rock solid on both wings. But her ball floats in the air. Giavaro doesn't. Giavaro drives through that court. And again, who's produced more errors? I think we know the answer to that question, but whose terms are we playing on? It's no doubt it's the 22-year-old, excuse me, number 2 seed Haley Giovanni. And she breaks back for 4-all. We've seen this script before. Exact same thing happened in the first set. Now, for what it's worth, we broke then and actually served for the opener up 5-4. Or Giovanna ran off with the last 3 games, but hey, see it in the echo. Another twist, another turn. Again, this is quite literally exactly what happened in the first. Break point chance for Hui to give herself a chance to serve for the set. All of a sudden, Isaiah Strode's got himself a mini break lead as well. No longer. And sails on him. Swinging. Brilliant way to fight off break point from the number 2 seed. 15-40 back to deuce. Meanwhile, Lerner with the ace-T, his 8th of the match. Raced. Slow and steady from Isaiah Strode. And look, I'd go full screen. I know match point trumps all, but how can I leave 4-all deuce? That would be production malpractice. For those of you tuning in, Alex Gruskin, of course, here. Guevara does hold for 5-4. Yeah, she just likes to make it a little difficult for herself. Why not give yourself an obstacle to overcome? Down a break early in both sets, 1 and 2, and yet Haley Guevara 1 game away from what, again, would be her first career pro singles final. Oh, Tian lands the pass, so we will go full. Backhand pass landed good, didn't it? It did indeed. Match point for 17-year-old Lerner Tian. Lerner Tian is through to his second final. 6-3, 7-6. The 17-year-old Pro Series final number 2. And of course, we'll see him later today in our doubles final as well. It's a rock-solid performance. 9 aces. Fought off 8 of the 11 break points he faced. Converted 4 of 7 as well. That's just a good day at the office for Lerner Tian. Incredible. What a stab from Catherine Hui back against the wall. And instead of match points, 15-30. Not like that. Double fault number 11. What has been a tough serving day for the teenager. Sets up match points for Haley Guevara. Been a long time coming. First career pro singles final for 22-year-old Haley Giovara could not be more deserved. And look, they're going to be doubles partners in about 3 hours. Of course, there's an affectionate hug, shared between Hui Giovara following their semifinal battle. But the story of the day, Haley Giovara down breaks through most of sets 1 and 2. Now talking with her soon-to-be doubles partner, Catherine Hui, as the match has finished. You love to see that chivalry, those bonds formed at every level of this game. I know I was hitting earlier today with some of my high school friends. I hadn't seen my high school doubles partner in about 4 years. We both happen to be home in Michigan this week, so of course we hit the tennis court. Again, the result doesn't go the way of Catherine Hui. Nevertheless, she is through to the final. So you see no action on our courts right now. What are our scoreboards? Well, to recap, semifinals number 1. First session of semifinals, that's better grammar. Lerner Tien, the 17-year-old teenager, 6'3", 7'6", over 25-year-old Isaiah Strode. Tien into his second career pro singles final. Of course, on the other side of the net, Haley Giovara, 7'5", 6'4". She's through to her first career pro singles final. And the best part is we're going to see some of these players later. Tien, Giovara, Hui, all participating in the doubles final scheduled later today. Of course, coming up next, we have our singles semifinals part 2. And for the call of part 2 will be our dear friend Brian Fenley. Of course, I will be back for the start of the doubles finals. It'll be Brian and myself steering the ship. We'll both be there. Brian actually traveling to Bloomfield Hills for his Bloomfield Hills Challenger coverage tomorrow, so it'll be just me for tomorrow's singles finals. But rest assured, we're bringing in the A-team. Brian Fenley, myself, will be steering the ship the rest of the way as we enjoy what promises to be an exciting Week 5 here on this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Again, we're going to step away for now, wait for our action to resume. I'm sure we'll have players on court momentarily. But for now, signing off for everyone who contributes to our Cracked Racquets broadcast. I'm Alex Gruskin. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. We'll be back with 2 more semifinal singles matches right after this.
Of Crack Rackets, Daniel Westoff, Dalton Thieneman, and Alex Gruskin. Excited to be here with their team at Crack Rackets for this single semifinal, the second of the day. You just listened and watched the call from Alex on the first of the two men's single semifinals here in Irvine. Here is the second one. Quinn Van de Castile, the qualifier who got to the finals yesterday as part of the SoCal Pro Series up in Los Angeles. He's going to be taking on the 6th seed Edward Winter, the Australian, who is set to play this upcoming season for the Pepperdine Waves. But they are playing for a chance in tomorrow's final, where they will meet Lerner Tien, the 17-year-old USC Trojan, who just came away with a 6-3, 7-6, 8-6 straight set win over Isaiah Strode in that first part of semifinal action. So Tien, just 17 years old, has put together quite a remarkable run here. Winter is just 18 years old. He's 15-13 this season and is the 6th seed from Australia, 672 in the world. Never has played the qualifier. And Quinn Van de Castile, just 20 years old, and is at the University of Oregon, in what is for Van de Castile a ranking of 592 in the ITF singles rankings. 15-2 professionally is Van de Castile as we get this one underway. Winter is our server. Just 18 years old himself, and is coming off a quarterfinalist showing at a 15K event in South Bend last week. They're just manipulating that ball and dictating forehands and backhands with pace. And a ripping on right past Winter there on his forehand side. Took a really aggressive cut at that second serve and a first break chance in the opening game. Vanda Castile this week in the main draw has already broken serve 15 times. Having a hard time getting in first serves down the stretch and coughing up his serve. Inauspicious start for Winter, getting broken at 15, giving up 4 straight points to wrap up that 5-point game. And the qualifier, Vanda Castile, out to an optimal start. We do have the women's singles semifinal about to start as well. The second one, Liu Jiajing, the 1 seed from China, and she's about to get things underway with the 3 seed Erin Cayetano, the 22-year-olds. We've got a battle of the 1 and 3 seeds on the right side of your screen, and a qualifier and a 6 seed here on the men's side, left of your screen. Cayetano is on the near side. He grew up in Long Beach, so is a SoCal native. Check in on Vanda Castile, his first service game. We'll get back to the women in just a moment. They're still in the process of warming up. Service winner there for Vanda Castile. He's won 6 out of the first 8 points of this match. And he is, as you see him rip a tee serve ace there, springing game points. He is really technically sound, very smart player. I think one of the things that we noticed from him in Los Angeles when he was playing is we had a chance to talk to him after his semifinal win there, and it just seems like he just understands his opponent, can study them, read them so well as to find out their deficiencies. Staying in that point, and a miss with Vanda Castile's forehand denies him a second try of closing out this game with his service as we take it to a deuce for the first time. Our first deuce point of this match. That is 6 minutes and counting. We do have the women's semifinal about to get underway. The second one. We'll bring that to you here in just a moment. And yes, here we are. Getting ready to serve. It's going to be Cayetano serving the bottom of your screen on the women's second semifinal. Well, quite the disappointing second game for Van de Castile. Certainly not the front runner in these baseline exchanges, making some costly errors from the back, and he is unable to consolidate the break, immediately dropping his break lead. Back on serve, Winter, his second service game after getting broken at 15 in his first. When Winter is able to be positioned in the center of the court, top of the baseline, he's dictating and putting Van de Castile on the run. This is his second event, Winter SoCal Pro Series here in the USTA Pro Circuit this summer. Best finish for him, or the only other event he played in this year, was in Rancho Santa Fe. It was a second round showing, but as he gets out to a good start with his second service game, this is the second time this in his career where he's reached a semifinal in an ITF event. Charges that volley just a tad long after he had Van de Castile on the run. This is going to be 40-15. Good bounce back. Good redeeming second service game for Winter, who is in front for the first time through 3 games as they hit their first sit down. On the ladies' side, Cayetano is dealing with a first break chance in her opening service game against the 1 seed, Jia Jing. Have been long matches for Cayetano here in the singles draw this week. The last 2 matches each went 3 hours apiece. Really nice attacking of the serve from Van de Castile to induce the forced error. Cayetano hoping to hold on to her serve. Found a really nice angle off that sharp backhand. Cayetano weathers the resistance, the turmoil on her first service game, and in a hold that lasted 8 points, she gets it done. A firestorm of forehands being ripped and crushed from Van de Castile. was looking to mirror his opponent for 2-all. Small margins on that backhand, taking it down the line, and Van de Castile finds his target. A risk taker and a shot maker, and it's 2-all through 4 games, split evenly, 13 minutes in. Nice change of tone from Winter, the implementation of the drop shot. First time he has added that to the equation, and because of it, stumping Van de Castile. Xing, after attacking the backhand return, collects a 2-pack of game points. First serve prowess from Jia Xing has gone away here, extinguishing the second game point by way of a double fault. That's the 6th double fault that she has encountered this week. And 2 straight games have gone to deuce points on the women's side. There's that backhand set up so cleanly for her, and she connects on it so smoothly. This is her second semifinal appearance this year. The only other one was an attorney at the very beginning of the year, 7 tournaments ago. Backhand held up pretty firmly. And that baseline exchange surviving the test was Jia Xing. And it's a pair of 8-point games to kick off this women's second semifinal on court 9. At a changeover on serve on the men's side. Beta Castile toes the line. Held at 15 in his last service game. That is now the second tee surface that he has thrown into the mix. Trouble brewing on Cayetano's delivery.
Mistakes.
Backhand down the line. Look for Van de Castile is off the court. Winter doing a really superb job in neutralizing that first serve that went in from the American. Cayetano facing 2 break chances on her service. Pushes one aside after an unforced error. Winning that point off the second serve. Comes would be the third break chance on Cayetano's serve in the match. She has saved, of course, both of them so far. One came up at 30-40 at Laval, and she was able to take care of that one. Unbridled power from Cayetano, and she cannot save a third break point and loses her service, surrendering a break lead to the 1 seed in a battle between 2 of the top 3 seeds in this women's singles semifinal. Checking in on what's happening here on the men's side. Van de Castile was just broken at 30. He has been broken twice already in this opening set, and that would be 10 times that he has coughed up his serve over the course of the main draw, encompassing the last 3 matches, including this one, which was number 4 for him in the main draw. Still looking for his first ITF singles title. Let's look at the road for Van de Castile. Coming off the finalist showing last week, has benefited from a couple of medical retirements, has beaten Stefan Dostanic back-to-back weeks, by the way. He took care of him last week during the tournament run in Los Angeles at the Jack Kramer Club. But things got a little interesting in that first round of qualies. Dropped the opening set in convincing fashion. but fought back in that super tiebreaker, winning at 10-6. Well, that one clipped the line on the lob. That was so nicely done by Winter to fend off Van de Castile and his net ambitions. After the sit down, we show you the double box here on the women's side, including them as well. Cayetano was just broken in the last game at 30. Jia Xing serving on the far side. Two chances for Van de Castile to draw back on serve on the men's side. One has to hurt, sting a bit, mishandles the transition backhand. Van de Castile still has another chance to take this game away from Winter and exact some revenge, trying to return the favor after getting broken, the American, in Game 6. Those two on the men's side really testing the width and the full dimensions of the court, and Winter using angle, inducing an error, a forced error off Van de Castile, putting him on the run. What a shot from Van de Castile. Felt the pressure of Winter coming forward, and then beams one right past him. Laying claim to a third break point in the game, but for Van de Castile, Winter's forehand creating so many offensive opportunities, he has to do what he can to minimize the amount of times he gets it over to that wing. As mentioned, there's the forehand down the line, setting up the smash. And a third break chance nullified by the savvy surfing and fiery forehanded exploits of one 6 seed from Australia, who was just 18 years old. So much in his future, as do all of these competitors on these courts today. Jia Xing, after holding, has amped up the pressure on Cayetano again, who has faced break points on every one of her service games so far. A total of 3. In danger of facing more if she can't turn things around in Game 5. First time that as we focus on the women's singles semifinal that Cayetano has dropped her first 3 points on her serve, and in that unenviable position here, but the serve has not been to her liking, has not been as steady and sturdy as she had envisioned. Long Beach native has a lot of work to do now. The task gets even harder if she wants to pick up her second SoCal Pro Series singles title, having won one last year at the Jack Kramer Club after dropping her serve for the second time, as Jia Jing got a forehand clipped on the sideline during that last rally and took the point and controlled it from there. Vanda Castile surfing after breaking in Game 7. 4 of the first 7 games have been breaks to serve in the second men's semifinal. Winner taking on Lerner Tien, who was the boys 18s singles national champ last year. Also was part of the Aussie Open Junior Doubles Championship team this year. Every single one of the 3 aces that Vanda Castile has thrown in have been right through the middle of the service boxes. We were talking to him, and serving might not be, it's certainly one of his stronger weapons, might not be his best. We were talking to him after his semifinal win last week against Ryan Segerman and said it was not the serving but the returning that Vanda Castile honed in on. He really got into the minutiae of the tactics, trying to mind read the opponents as far as serving, where to place yourself in a court position, where to anticipate serves going. Giving that one a ride on the backhand. Winter airs, which will pave the way for gain points. Seeing Jia Jing surfing with a sizable lead at 4-1. Her forehand has been untouchable, has been dialed in, has been hitting it with low margins, and is finding some nice precision and power and pace off of it, which has added to the frustration of Cayetano, her opponent. Looking to go for it, perhaps going for a winner off that second serve return. Cayetano misses on that forehand wing. Redlining some, perhaps thinking she's got to go for a little bit more on these shots to try and carve into this deficit. Hitting shots like that is what she wants to do, and more of that could be just the right recipe for a late in the first set comeback here. That's what she was trying to do in the previous point. But yet, Jia Jing has not faced any threat on her service. Magnificent, extraordinary work with the forehand from Jia Jing. She is a hold away from a one-set lead, which would be halfway to getting to the final. And she has opened up a 4-game lead. It's 4-all on the men's side. Winter toes the line, burdened by break chances. Troubled by the backhand depth, it's a forced error from Winter. I beg your pardon, that one was out on the return from Van de Castile. Two baseline misses from Van de Castile offers up a bit of a breathing room scenario for Winter as he sidesteps two critical break points. Unbelievable defense from Winter just to keep the ball in play. You never know what's going to happen on the other side. And Van de Castile with the court wide open and with Winter in trouble. Misses on a second overhead attempt in the rally and forks up a game point. Gifts one, donates one to Winter. So 5-4, Winter holds, digging out of a 15-40 hole. Cayetano is in a 15-40 deficit here and set points. Now, there's some controversy happening on this court because Jia Jing thought that Cayetano missed her ball on the sideline just wide Jing was then made to play the next ball, which she netted, but she thought the shot previously from Cayetano was out. We play on. Serving woes leading to the first set being dropped by Cayetano. Lu Jiajing, a commanding 6-1 opening set triumph after her opponent in Cayetano winning just 25% of her first serves. Had a really hard time in that opening set making her first serves. Has to turn that around if she wants to turn around her hopes of trying to get to tomorrow's final, which is what these two on the men's side are fighting for as well. It's Van de Castile at the line for 5. 4 breaks to serve, 2 between each, and we're on serving our 10th game. Masterful play. All started and set up by the down the line shot, and then coming forward, Winter with the savviness with the volleys after stretching out Van de Castile. Was that one good? It looks as if it was. To the disbelief of Van de Castile, he is speechless. Beaten on a return winner. 3 set points. As things have gone sideways for the American quickly in his hopes of extending the opening set. A cataclysmic ending there for Van de Castile. A double fault surrenders a 1-set lead to Winner as he comes up with a love game, winning it on the return. As we're about to start set number 2 on the ladies' side. Winner of this one will take on Haley Giafara after her win earlier today. Alex Gruskin on the call for that one. We're kickstarting this second set at the line against Cayetano, who has won just 6. Make that 7 receiving points all match. Those are the kind of easy second serves that Cayetano knows she's got to be able to do more with and punish the server. Misjudges her forehand strike. Fourteen more points in this match won by Xie Xing, outpointing her opponent 30-16. Only one other game where Xie Xing has dropped 2 points on her serve. That was at, well, that would be the second game of the opening set. But Xie Xing can notch the hold here, which she does after some misses in the return of serve, hampering the cause for Cayetano. As Winter, fresh off the high of taking the opening set, will initiate action from the line in the second. Tentative start for him. So curious to see mentally how Van de Castile bounces back after he was broken at 4-5 at Love to drop the first set. Unreal. Levitating in the air. Full extension in the sky. Somehow, Van de Castile got a racket on it and salvaged the point after it looked like he was in trouble with a damage-inducing down-the-line shot from Winter. It spoils things in a way with a wayward backhand, so they're at 30-all. We check in on both matches simultaneously. And Tano with her delivery. She's looking for her first hold, Cayetano, in 8 games. And in that only hold she had, she still dropped 3 points. Has to find a way to build up that sense of belief and confidence. Game point looming for Winter on court 7. More than one backhand error in that game for Van de Castile. Costs himself there with what would be an unforced error. And despite some pressure that he put on Winter, it was the Australian prevailing in a 6-game hold. Cayetano eyeing a 6-point hold. Cayetano eyeing a 5-point hold. Make that 6-point hold. Cayetano, the 3 seed. Of the 8 seeded players, by the way, as Cayetano picks up the hold. Of the 8 seeded players in the women's singles draw, only one did not make it out of the first round. So 7 advanced. The only one that did not make it out of the first round was the 4-seed Megan McRae, who was the champ at Rancho Santa Fe this year, but fell to Daniel Wilson in 2 tight sets. Here's Jia Xing. So much of the comeback chances and hopes for Cayetano could rest on what she's able to do with her second serve return. And if she can get it back with purpose and interest. Even there, just moving Jia Xing a little bit off the return of serve, stumping the native of China. But already a great tourney run and week for Cayetano. This is her 3rd appearance in the SoCal Pro Series this year. First time she's ever made it to professional semifinal. Just a bit stretched out on the backhand. And that's where Jia Xing is going to find chances. Keeping it on that backhand of the American. As we run into a deuce on the men's side. If you're with us last week in the final in singles as part of the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Series, Van de Castile losing to Omni Kumar in the final, but it was a break a serve in Game 7 that made all the difference as Van de Castile fights off a break chance. But it was in Game 7 between Kumar and Van de Castile, a 20-point Game 7 that went Kumar's way. As it's just some elite placement with Van de Castile's forehand. But ever since that Game 7 last week in the singles final, Van de Castile found himself playing from behind and then things slipping away for him in the second set as well against Kumar, who won it in 2 sets, picking up his second ITF singles title of the year. Nia Xing just fended off her first break chance of the match. Hitting it hard down the line. Winter keeps himself alive in this game. Forcing the air off the forehand volley from Van de Castile. Trying to put an end of what is a 3-game slide dating back to the last set. Van de Castile. A loose air from Winter Van de Castile. Through deuce, captures the service hold. Xia Xing trying to do the same thing on this point. Mission accomplished for her. She's won 8 of 10 games. Extraordinary, stunning. Passes the Australian. Could not believe he was the victim of a Van de Castile pass. But stuck that forehand right past him. What a test in stamina. Getting physical on the men's side, and Van de Castile picks the perfect time to scoot forward. He's authored up realistic intentions of stealing this game away from the 16. And there goes the break a serve for Van de Castile. He pulls it off. Consistent, air-free baseline play has him in front for the first time in the second set. We are at deuce between Cayetano and Jia Xing. Let's focus on that here as Cayetano tries to work a hold through deuce. Some vulnerability on that second serve from the American, and Jia Xing pulverizes that return of serve and stows away a break chance. Both players really testing each other's fitness and their lateral quickness. And it's Jia Xing who missed his first. Men are underway after their sit down. Van de Castile off the break of serve. At the line. Jia Xing just picks up her 8th break point off of Cayetano's service. Trying to break the American for a 4th time in the match and first time in the second set. Succeeds in doing just that. Jia Xing is having a marvelous day so far with a set and break lead as she takes big, gigantic steps closer to being a part of tomorrow's final. There's this concerted effort for Jia Xing to hit heavier balls, in effect trying to take away the offense of Cayetano, and it seems to be working. She will go back to the chair. We grab a different racket. While the Australian makes quick work of Van de Castile in his charge forward. We love games for Winter. This one comes by way of a hold. Trying to cut down on the deficit he's facing in the second. Cayetano has quite the deficit that she's going to have to try and make up here. Has forced 2 break chances, Cayetano. Both have come in the second set, and both were saved. Enter in the third. There it goes. Cayetano takes the game for the first time off of Jia Jing's service, eliminating the break deficit. And could that be the kind of game win that sparks the young American to change her fate for the better in this match? We'll have to see. As we're coming off a sit down in the second set, we do looks as if have an injury timeout that is going on. Tape on the far side. Shout out to Alex Gruskin and our Crack Rackets team for identifying that as soon as it happened. Winter and Van de Castile in the second semifinal. Looks as if Van de Castile is ready to get back to playing. Had to fend off a barrage of different shots from Winter, who was deep in the court. And Van de Castile comes through. overloads that backhand after making his first serve of the game. This read on the return to serve, and it's Van de Castile who is trying to finish the job on this service hold. With 2 straight unreturned serves to finish off the game, the American in the qualifier does it. Cayetano in trouble with her serve. With break points. And by coming forward, taking some time away, forcing an error off Xia Jing, and making her move all over the court. Cayetano had just broken Xia Jing for the first time to get it back on serve and on shaky ground. Unforced errors and missed first serves have been problematic for Cayetano. She would be the first to tell you that. And no longer on serve. The rebreak from Lu Jiajing. 2 games removed from a final. That's the kind of play that Cayetano wants to see more of. Powerful ball striking down the line to set up the cross-court winner. These are the kind of mistakes that Cayetano is going to look back at and say, goodness, I'm forcing the server, Xia Jing, to hit off her back foot with her first ball off the ground, and I'm gaining inroads to points, but having a hard time capitalizing on points in an attacking position. Still a break lead for Van de Castile over on court 7. There's that patented fist bump from Jia Jing, who unloads with that lethal forehand of hers. As we zero in on this match in this critical game, with Jia Jing 6 points away from a final appearance. Make that 5 with her ace. Hope arises for Cayetano now. That's the kind of attacking tennis that has made her so successful in the college ranks. You have to think about her court time, though, and if that is playing any part in how this game and how this match, I should say, has transpired. Her semifinal, make that her quarterfinal win yesterday, went 3 hours and 24 minutes. Doesn't hit the corner with the forehand, so Jia Jing stays alive in this game. But back-to-back matches coming into today for Cayetano that have gone over 3 hours. And then her first round went over 2 hours. So well over 8 hours on the court in her first 3 main draw matches, which is about twice as long as has Jia Jing been on the court this week. There are chances to attack off of Jia Jing's serves. Cayetano thought she saw one there. A misfire. A game point. 13 points into this game, and Jia Xing has herself on the front side of it. Having sent away a break chance in the process. There's spoiling the hopes of Cayetano. Had a break chance, it was saved, and Jia Xing wins a long game. And is one game away from a final matchup against the 2 seed in Haley Giovara. Amanda Castile will have the honors of serving for a third set. Once he and Winter come off the chairs. We will bring you the doubles finals here. Alex Gruskin will be there for that as well. And of course, tomorrow, the singles finals. But Andy Castile, he's focused on a third set. If he can get there, a hold, and that's going to be possible. Spending a lot of energy is Cayetano on that point, and she's part of the doubles final. So she's got double work, double duty today, and she'll be off for at least 30 minutes after this one ends, just to allow for suitable rest. Being broken a 5th time would give the match to Jia Xing. Slippery look at a backhand from Jia Xing after throwing in a moon ball and a backhand cross, but the down the line shot misses. Okay, a little serve and volley there. Haven't seen a whole lot of that today from Cayetano, but it's sniffed out by Jia Xing. Break point slash match point right here for the 1 seed. And when you're up a break in a set and have multiple match points, you go for a home run of a forehand there. Misses from Jia Jing. It's been quite a up and down year for her professionally, Jia Jing. Today will be one of those high notes for her with a dominant performance taking out the 3 seed Erin Cayetano. Lu Jia Jing into a final for the first time this year with her 6-1, 6-2 victory over Cayetano. And it has been a year that, as we said, has been up and down for her. 5 first-round exits at the 25K level this year. And with her second semifinal appearance this week, she's into a final and will be facing Haley Giavara, 1 seed versus 2 seeds. So the seeds had it right, and those two will be facing off tomorrow in the final. But we're going to see more of Cayetano after a little bit of a break here. She's part of the doubles final, and we'll have that for you here on Crack Rackets. Brian Fenley here. Alex Gruskin will be with us here for the doubles final. Looking forward to that. And we are headed to a third set to decide things in the second men's semifinal after Van de Castile came back 6-4. So we're not done yet on court 7. Van de Castile, as far as his run this week, we'll get to that in a moment. But look at what Winter has done this week, too. We've had both outstanding runs, and Daniel De Jong was the win in the quarterfinals. Winter is actually going to Pepperdine. De Jong actually just wrapped up, if I'm not mistaken, his career at Pepperdine. So beating him and doing it 6-3, 6-2. There was the 1-3 setter, but it actually ended pretty early due to a medical retirement in the second round for Winter. But relatively speaking, it's been a hassle-free tournament run. And look at Van de Castile, fresh off the finalist showing last week. Had to work really hard just to make it through the first round of qualifying. Also had a couple, actually, medical retirements that went his way. And then beat the winner in San Diego at the 15K as part of the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Series. Lorenzo Claveri, 6-3, 6-3 in an hour and 34 minutes. 6 of the last 7 games of that match were breaks of serve. And here we go. Van de Castile playing some great tennis as we get this third set underway. Looks like we got Winter serving to start. First game of the third set underway. Werner Tien awaits the winner. Well, if you're just joining us in watching this match, we have had lots of twists and turns. Van de Castile serving at 4-5 in the opening set was broken at love, gave the opening set to the 6th seed, and then Van de Castile comes right back. Stress on Winter's service game. Break point comes and goes. Just one break of serve in the second set, and that was in the third game of the second set. Van de Castile won it, breaking at 15, and then holds the rest of the way to give him the 6-4 second set victory. Visible frustration and a tossing of the ball there from Winter. Coughs up his serve at the onset of the third set. Coming up next week, Lakewood is where the SoCal Pro Series frequents. Lakewood Tennis Center, first of 2 weeks in Lakewood. Castile with the shirt change. Getting ready for his latest trip at the line. His 5-4 service game in the second set wasn't all that easy, wasn't all that hassle-free. Did save a break chance, and then held through deuce. An 8-point service hold to complete the second set. One and one is his ratio now. Aces to double faults, 5 in each category. Just so meticulous and methodical. Climbing all over the short ball. And scorching a winner through the court. This is the kind of play that Van de Castile was hoping for going into the third set. But this is really a fine place to play tennis, the Racquet Club of Irvine. First year, part of the USTA SoCal Pro Series. It happens to be the 5th stop on the summer schedule. And they're doing some construction on some of the courts, but they do have 6 clay courts and 22 hard courts on the grounds. You're thinking to yourself, all right, Van de Castile has already missed a forehand on the run. So let's try to get him to have to hit another one. With the backhand down the line. What a miss. And Winter again finding himself in a bit of a serving stupor. He says, redact what you just said right there as he throws in a forehand winner on the cross. It's another massively struck forehand in the court for Van de Castile. He's going to make Winter pay with those short balls. And has been doing that over and over again, has a history of doing it in this match. And Van de Castile, with his 11th break chance in the match against Winter's serve. Deflating double break deficit that Winter finds himself in. Van de Castile with a confident jaunt back to the chair. It's been all him. One-way traffic in the third and decisive set. But if you think about Van de Castile, quarterfinalists in San Diego at Barnes, that was 2 weeks ago as part of the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit Series. And a finalist showing the week thereafter. And is closing in on getting back to a second straight week of getting to a final. If he can continue the trend of tennis that he has entertained us with through the first 3 games of this decisive set, gave up just 1 point on the return in his last service game. 5 of 6 at the line after he steps in and takes it strong down the line off the bounce. Forehand winner and 2 unreturned serves. Van de Castile has everything going his way right now. Eight of 10 at the line in the deciding set. Van de Castile consolidates a double break advantage. As Winter has felt the heat on Van de Castile's return. Doing whatever he wants. A forehand dictating. Winner needs to turn things around in a hurry. A quick point and a smash. Thanks to the out wide serve and a swinging volley. He'll take it. Points have been hard to come by for him in the third. Last year was the good year for Winter when he won a 25K title in Australia. Took out 3 Australians during that run. On the charge, it's taken wide. A perfection like pattern play from Van de Castile. Down the line and then stretching out Winter with the dropper, getting him to miss. Winter in danger of dropping his 6th game on his serve. Why not add a little bit of pressure to Van de Castile by coming forward unannounced, which is what Winter did. He said after his 25K win, the title there in Australia, he's got to bulk up. He's got to be stronger. It's an added element of his game that he wants to work on. It was Van de Castile, though, with the flex and the finish and the 5-love third set. Absolute clinic that he is running here. Forget that the doubles finals are going to be starting up here on Crack Rackets. Alex Gruskin will have those for you in the commentary momentarily. Both the men and the women. And then tomorrow is the singles final. And on the women's side, we do have our final in place, with Lu Jiajing, the 1 seed, taking on the 2 seed Haley Giavara. A hold for Van de Castile, the qualifier. He gets to back-to-back finals of the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series. Racking up the winners with that forehand. It has been such a viable and powerful weapon. And just the confidence to move forward and deny Winter the pass. The young American has already taken out the 4 seed. That was in the second round. Ostanic wins against unseeded players in the first round in quarterfinals. It's 1 point away. Vanda Castile summons match point, which would be the second seeded player this week he has beaten in the tournament, and his 6th win this week coming out of qualifying. It was a third set onslaught for Vanda Castile, and the qualifier bagels the 6th seed Winter in the third to pave the way for a second week into a final of the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series. Coming back from a 4-6 loss in the opening set, and then winning 12 of the next 16 games to set up a date against TN, the 17-year-old, in tomorrow's final. Vanda Castile in TN will be your men's final tomorrow from Irvine. That does it for us, for me at least. Alex Gruskin is going to be with you momentarily to call and have the commentary for the doubles men's and women's final, so do not go anywhere. Keep it right here. I'm Brian Fenley, but Alex has it from here, and you will really enjoy his calls. Thanks so much for supporting Crack Rackets and the great work they do. Doubles, men's and women's finals coming your way when we come back.
And welcome back in, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of week number 5 of the USTA SoCal Pro Series. Alex Gruskin picking things up where my dear friend Brian Fenley left them off. That means it's the start of our doubles finals. And here on court number 7, men's doubles final now officially underway. That's just good, clean doubles. And, of course, want to introduce all the players on court. I won't lie. I was hoping there'd only be one lefty on the far side. We have two in both Matthew Summers, Joshua Gujar. And Gujar, of course, spent his time at Florida. Got the chance to know him a little bit. Believe that's him at the net. Gujar's a big man, 24 years old. Matthew Summers, also 24. But it's going to be an early deciding point. And look, on the near side, you might have a couple of teenagers, but an incoming Ohio State freshman, Bryce Nakashima, the 19-year-old's already won a title on the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit in doubles this year. He's made multiple finals, 12-3, I believe, on the season in doubles. He's playing with one of our men's singles finalists, Lerner Tien. List his qualifications. Yes, he's 17, but he's playing in our singles final. One love, Gujar Summers do hold. Again, looking across the board, not a ton of doubles experience for Lerner Tien at the pro level, and yet in his limited time, he has already won a doubles title. Helped that he was partnered. Alex Mickelson. I believe Mickelson was a junior Wimbledon doubles champion last summer with Sebastian Gorsny, who won the title in East Lansing. Of course, that week. Tien also made the singles final, so again, history tells us, that shows us some patterns. Lerner Tien now, when he's good at this level, he's real good. Doesn't matter who the opponent is, where the event. Well done by Bryce. Nakashima sneaks it by. Again, Nakashima, the incoming Ohio State freshman. Yes, younger brother. Top 100 player. Brandon Nakashima. By the way, for those of you wondering, where's the women's doubles final? I believe 5:30 start for Giovara Kui, Nakano Sheev. Of course, we'll have that one for you when it does begin. Serve 2-1 in our early goings. And Alex Gruskin here. If you missed it earlier today, had a bunch of fun singles matches. Now, only one of them went 3 sets, but tomorrow, Lerner Tien, straight set victory earlier today. Gonna take on Quinn Vanda Castile. There's a couple of Pac-12 players. Tien, of course, a USC Trojan. Vanda Castile still has at least one more year of eligibility available to him at Oregon. Of course, Josh Gujar was a part of that 2021 National Championship winning Florida men's tennis team and a part of that era. What was a really fun, successful Florida Gator run. Right now, though, it's Lerner Tien, the 17-year-old, serving 1-2 in the first. Look, Tien struggled on serve earlier. He was hovering around 50-55% first serve percentage in his earlier singles match. So many breaks. Was broken twice in the opening set. Was fortunate to break 3 times himself. be a cannon, though. I've seen him crank it 140. Now, was it an actual 140? I don't know, but it was really heavy. You never know. Those radar guns, they're inflated from time to time, but again, quick twitch is not an issue for the 17-year-old Tien. That float wide or land good? It is a hole. That deuce goes the way of Nakashima and Tien, so Lerner finds a big first serve when he needs it. Two-all again, 5:30 start for our women's doubles. Few deuce points here and there, but again, steady going in our doubles final here at the USTA SoCal Pro Series event in Irvine. Alex Gruskin here, of course, coming up next week. The SoCal Pro Series continues in Lakewood. It's week 1 of 2 there. That's where we're going to spend our final few weeks of this series in. I mean, look at the view. Could be worse, right, than just north of Long Beach. Really fun event last season. Certainly anticipate it will be as much so again this year as Bryce Nakashima, the 19-year-old, serves on the far side 2-3. Lucky finished that overhead, right? Went a little too cute in trying to split the center, did Lerner Tien, but man, again, I can't emphasize this enough. How impressed I have been with Bryce Nakashima throughout the course of this SoCal Pro Series. Volley missed, but Nakashima again wins a title in Rancho Santa Fe with future teammate Jack Anthrop. Semifinals the next week with a different partner. Finals last week with Quinn Van de Castile. So again, 3 different partners, now a 4th different partner this week. He's into a 3rd final. That one sails long, but you do it with 4 different partners over 4 weeks, you're just good at doubles. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. The question, of course, becomes, where in the heck does Nakashima fit in that Buckeyes lineup? They are just so talented. Big serve from Nakashima. I know this week at Bluefield Hills Challenger, Candy Kingsley's in action. Justin Boulet's been top 600 in the world. JJ Tracy won a singles title on the ITF Pro Circuit in South Bend, I think, last week. Anthrops won a doubles title, made a singles final. Alex Bernard, junior in the world, you imagine when he gets his pro summer really going, he'll have some success. Then, of course, you've got reigning NCAA doubles champion Andrew Luchanik sitting on the bench. Shouldn't say that he's just firm asset in the doubles lineup, but I'm saying he can get back in singles too this next season. Point is, the Buckeyes got some talent, and to add Bryce Nakashima into the mix, it's why head coach Ty Tucker, the Ohio State Buckeyes have been a staple of success. Top of the college tennis world for 2 decades now. Ace T, Gujar, Summers, they don't love the call. Nothing they can do about it, though, as Josh Gujar steps to the line, 3-all again. Start of our women's doubles final, Cayetano, Sheev, Giovara, Hui, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. As they're on court, we'll bring that match to you. Right now, no separation. A couple of deuce points here and there. Actually, 1 each.
Great deal. Come on.
real easy. Again, big lefty. Yeah, we can find a spot for him on a doubles court. Josh Booger holds 4-3. One break point chance apiece thus far, which saved both teams. Cruise control. I mean, again, we're very early. Stats right now. Nakashima, Tien, they've won 12 of their 18 points on serve. Booger, Summers. Obviously, a game behind. It says they've only won 13 points on serve. That can't be right because they need at least 16. It's the 4-game number we see on the screen now. But again, the big thing here, got to put first serves in play if you're Leonard Tien. Struggled with it in his opening service game. Was okay at it in his singles victory today. Okay by his standards. Elite by us plebeian standards. This week for Tien, Nakashima. They haven't dropped a set. For Gilligan Ravelli, Thomas Vance, Moreno Strode. Yeah, not much you can do there. It's a nice serve. I've had a coach told me, I know I've repeated this stat in the past, but one Division I men's tennis coach told me 73% of points in doubles decided on the first 3 shots. That's one of the 27. But again, getting through that first pattern. Serve, return, first volley. That's the foundation in doubles. And again, Tien floated that half volley. Did just enough with it for he and Bryce to assert their positions at the net. Pulled for 4 all. And I see they're measuring the net now in our women's doubles final on court number 9. By that I mean they're getting out the single sticks, making sure everything is up to specifications, so we should have warm-ups beginning underway there shortly. Well done by Gudge. little too slap happy on that big swing from Bryce Nakashima. Went to the right target. It was a great cut forward. It was a great ball dipped at the feet by Tien. But that's one of the bunnies. Certainly you want back at this stage of the set. This serve land good? No, it was a double fault. And it hands Nakashima and Tien a break. So Bryce Nakashima is going to get away with that forehand volley unforced error. That gave Gujar Summers 30-15. Too many loose points from there. And so Bryce Nakashima, Lerner Tien, a couple of teenagers, going to serve for the opening set in our men's doubles final. Meanwhile, just to show you I'm not holding out, you see over on court number 9, I believe we have a chair umpire on court. I still don't see any players. But of course you see our matchup, Shiv Cayetano, number 2 seeds, going to look to take out top seeds, Haley Giovara, Catherine Hui. Of course, Giovara and Hui played a really fun straight set match earlier today, won by Giovara. How they've recentered, refocused. There's a long hug between the two after the match. Clearly a lot of affection there, but we'll worry about the women's doubles final when it gets started. For now, it will be the 19-year-old Bryce Nakashima, 2-time pro doubles champion, looking to be halfway towards title number 3. Cannon. That was impressive, Josh Goodyear. I see you on the racket flips. But what I really see right now are a couple of teenagers in stride. Nakashima Tien, 2 points away from the opening set. That's real nice off the racket of Matthew Summers. Again, the 24-year-old looking for his first pro doubles title. Goodger's got 1. Nakashima has 2. Tien's got 1. Goodger's looking to get into, Summers looking to join the party here today. but not quite yet. Again, Nakashima Tien, the depth of every shot they've hit. It's just been the right choices. Sets up 3 set-point chances here for the teenage duo. First set, Nakashima Tien. 6-4. The teenagers take it in 32 minutes again, halfway to their first doubles title as a duo. Meanwhile, do we have players on court? I see players on court. Now, that doesn't mean we have action yet. 22-year-old Haley Giavara. 18-year-old incoming Stanford freshman Catherine Hui. Still a she there in Cayetano. It's going to be a fun one. You see they're flipping coins, getting ready to get warm-ups underway in our women's doubles final. Again, these are our final 2 matches of the day, but of course we will be back tomorrow to continue our coverage. What promises to be 2 fun singles finals. Quinn Vandecastile taking on Lerner Tien, Haley Giavara. Winner earlier today, again, against current doubles partner Catherine Hui. Giavara going to take on Lu Jiajing, a 1-2 winner over Erin Cayetano earlier today. So how about that? Top 2 seeds in the singles final, top 2 seeds in the doubles final in both of our women's draws. File that under things you don't see that frequently. Meanwhile, what we do see, Josh Gujar serve to start the second set. Shabby. Oh, but Lerner Tien, sometimes you mess with the bull, you get the horns, and look, that Tien forehand backswing's big. It's probably the side you'd rather target on the serve, but you leave a hanging chad like that to be smacked, Lerner Tien will give it to you. Now there are break point chances early for the teenagers. Not chances, converted. 6-4, 1-love lead. Now you start to see the finish line. You're not close to it yet, but it's in the distance for the first time. Setting a break lead for this duo of Nakashima and Tien. Meanwhile, you see volleys still, warm-ups underway, just trying to keep some tennis in our lives at all time. Might get to sit quite a while with that women's doubles final, given the pace they're playing at right now on court 7. And again, as soon as we have action underway in our women's doubles final, we will go to the split screen. For now, lock in here, 6-4, 1-love. They're going to keep the sides the same, and it'll be Lerner Tien to serve first. Here in set 2. To love early consolidation. Looked easy, too, for Lerner Tien and Bryce Nakashima. Yeah, it feels like this might be a de facto match point.
Yeah.
Just hard to imagine double break 3-love deficit being overcome at this point. 4 shots at it. Tough. It's real tough now to see a pathway back for Gujar Summers as they find themselves double breakdown. Meanwhile, wanted to make sure we were all set, so I apologize for the late transition, but we're underway in our women's doubles final. Looks like that's Erin Cayetano serving on the far. No? I'm fairly certain that's Cayetano serving. Cayetano, of course, knocked out in today's semifinal in straight sets. The 22-year-old, though, plenty of success on the doubles court in her career. 2 titles already this season, including in Rancho Santa Fe earlier on this USTA SoCal Pro Series with Isabella Sheaf. Sheaf, of course, the 18-year-old. It's an early break, though, for the top seeds, Giovara and Hui. 1-love overall. And so now we'll go to the split screen as you see Nakashima Tien looking to consolidate their double break lead. Apologies, I think I had myself muted. You see, one love for Giovara and Hui. Meanwhile, double break consolidated, so now they can't just see the finish line. They can smell it. Tien Nakashima closing in. And how can they not be? Lerner Tien just firing darts. Inside in rip, he's got that. He's got the cross-court backhand in his arsenal. It's a fun team. Nakashima Tien, a lot of talent. Again, they haven't dropped the set all week. And what can you do? A perfect return from Bryce Nakashima. And at this point, you do wonder, Gujar Summers, perhaps a little cooked. That was a little casual from Josh Gujar. Giovara, Hui, game point chances to consolidate. These are de facto match points. And it feels like we were already there, as Giovara Hui hold for 2 love. If Nakashima Tien go up triple break, 5 love. Come on now. And I think I was incorrect. This is Aaron Cayetano, I believe, serving. So it must have been Isabella Sheaf to serve first. Summers missed the volley in the net. Okay. So now Tien Nakashima. 1 game away from the title here in Irvine. And again, for Lerner Tien, it's the 2nd time already in his career he's made a singles, doubles final at this, at the ITF level in the same week. Did it in East Lansing last winter. Ended up winning the doubles, losing the singles. We'll obviously look to avoid that pattern tomorrow. Takes on Quinn Van de Castile. Okay, I apologize. I'll keep it. I'll look on it as I know they're out of the chair, but as soon as they're getting ready to serve, I'll take us back to the split screen. There's another ball. Gets by Hui at the net. It's just a lethargic start for the number 2 seeds. All right, Tien is out. So we're going to go full screen here, as this might be our final game of the men's doubles final. Lerner Tien, 17-year-old Kalamazoo Boys 18s champion. That's obviously the one I emphasize. But of course, some of you may know Lerner Tien for his time as a USC freshman this past year. Some of you may, of course, also know him for his junior accomplishments, Junior Australian Open finalist earlier this year, French Open Junior semifinalist just a month ago. A little sloppy here. And for what it's worth, he served for the match earlier today in his singles final, up 5-4 on Isaiah Strode, was broken at love in a sloppy 5-4 service game. So even if the match feels at hand, certainly a moment here. broken again. Not the greatest contact there either. Still, that's why you build the triple break lead, as some scholars would argue. 6-4-5-1 now. I suppose we'll go back to the split screen. 3-love Giovara Hui. Interesting, you see Catherine Hui, the 18-year-old, heavily wrapped left knee. I can tell you she did not have that wrap on in the singles. And a lot of tennis on the teenager's body this week. Semis in singles, that's 4 matches. Finals and doubles is 5, or 4, or 5. 4, excuse me. Yeah, so at least 8 matches of tennis. Less than 6 days. I will say Hui threw in 11 double faults in singles earlier today. Giovara flirted with double digits as well. Finds the line for a game point. You see Goodyear Summers do hold. Still, Nakashima Tien going to have at least 2 more shots. That's serving for the title. Meanwhile, Catherine Hui does find the line with that forehand, so now game point chances for 4-love. For love as we go back to our men's doubles final. You see Goodyear Summers take the first point. Uh-oh. Oh, but an ace wide levels things at 15 also. Again, you see 4-love opening set in our women's doubles final. Let's go full screen. Let's see if Bryce Nakashima can clinch not just his second USTA SoCal Pro Series doubles title, but the 3rd pro doubles title of his career. 3 points away from doing so. Yeah, that missed. Tried to short hop it. I don't hate the play from Summers. Just a hair late in making contact with the ball. Got on him, I think, a little quicker than he expected. Seamless switch. Perfect communication from the teenagers. Set, up 3 match points. The Teenage Revolution continues here on the USTA SoCal Pro Series, as this time it's Bryce Nakashima, Lerner Tien, 6'4", 6'2", your Irvine Racquet Club men's doubles champions. Title number 3 in the pro career of Bryce Nakashima on the doubles court. Second for Lerner Tien, who of course will pursue his first singles title tomorrow in his final against Quinn Van de Castile. That'll do it for our men's coverage on the day. Again, Nakashima, Tien, your SoCal Pro Series doubles champions here in week number 5. What women's team's going to join them in the winner's circle? Right now, it's looking like the top seeds. Giovanna Hui just had a break point chance for 5-love. Now a deciding point chance. They'll go right back to the 18-year-old Catherine Hui here. It's, I believe, the 18-year-old Isabella Sheave. Indeed it is, serving on the far side. Nope, Giovanna missed it wide, so Sheave, Cayetano do get on the board 4-1. Still a double break lead for the top seeds. And again, we'll see Haley Giovanna later, as she will be competing tomorrow in our singles final. Again, it was a hard-fought straight-set victory for Haley Giovanna earlier today. And look, Giovanna's been excellent this week. All week on the singles court. Believe she's yet to drop a set in any of the singles matches she played. Came very close to doing so today. Her doubles partner, Catherine Hui, actually served for the first set up 5-4. Was up a break 4-3 in the second as well. But yeah, just you see quickly here for Haley Giovanna. It's been a darn good week. And you'll walk away with a title, that would be some sort of punctuation mark. Tough sledding right now. Again, you can tell Erin Cayetano feeling it a little in the legs. A lot of tennis on her body over the course of the past week. Tough lost earlier today, but you see... Oh, nope, that's Catherine Hui, who's also played a lot of tennis, but we'll show you Cayetano here in a moment as she gets ready to serve. Couple of three-set matches under the belt of Cayetano this week. Shivan Cayetano holds still. Giovara Hui 1 game away from taking the opening set. Alex Gruskin here again. It's been an exciting day of action at the USTA SoCal Pro Series Week 5 event in Irvine Racquet Club. Again, your winners on the day, Quinn Vandecastile, come from behind 3-set victory for the Oregon Duck. He's going to take on Lerner Tien, the talented 17-year-old teenager, 2023 Junior Australian Open boys singles finalist, into his second career pro singles final. We saw, of course, Vandecastile reach the final last week as well. See if he can capture his first title here in Irvine. Meanwhile, on the women's side, again, Haley Giovara was down a break 4-3. Was down break points to go down a double break 5-2 in the first set. She ultimately earns a straight set victory over teenager Catherine Hui. course, Giovanni tomorrow going to take on top seed Lu Jianjing, who's dominant, albeit handed many unforced errors by Aaron Cayetano. Still, you were in a pro semifinal 1-2 at any level. That is a heck of a performance. And again, it took a second for Cayetano, it felt like, to really get going here. It's too many errors like that. Easy first ball, albeit a good serve there from Hui. Real clean set of tennis from the top seeds. Haley Giovanni, Catherine Hui, one set away from the title. 6-2, they take the opener here on court number 9. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Coming up next week, we're going to Lakewood for what is the penultimate week of action here on the USTA SoCal Pro Series. It's been a really fun opening 5 weeks to see players like Fang Run Tien, the Jack Anthrops, Kimmy Hanses, Bryce Nakashimas of the world, all players still so early in their careers, all getting the opportunity to test themselves against their peers, see if they have not just the physical but mental capabilities necessary to have success on the pro tour. It's a great first strike from the 22-year-old Giovanni. And again, looking at this pairing, Haley Giovanni going to play in her first pro singles final tomorrow. Looking for her first pro doubles title here today. Of course, for Catherine Hui, she's looking to make it titles in back-to-back weeks. Hui partnering last week with Sarah Davatilla, who, by the way, went on to win the singles title. Duo also captured the doubles title. So, hey, Haley Giovanni saying, can I get some of that luck to rub off on me, please? As, of course, Giovanni will also be playing in the singles final this week. Well, how about this? For the first time on the scoreboard, it's a lead for the number 2 seeds, Cayetano and Sheev. Now it's just an opening hold, but they were down 4-love so fast in that opening set. You wonder, is it just a quick, like Taylor Swift would say, you shake it off after that first set, how quick it went. And just felt like they never really were able to find rhythm. And more than anything else, it's been on the serve. On the return where Cayetano, Sheev just have not had a look yet. No break points so far faced for Giovara and Hui. Now, you know that'll change eventually. But if you're Aaron Cayetano, just too many loose returns right now. Put more first balls in play. Got to make Giovara Hui earn it. Now, that's a great body serve. Not a ton Cayetano can do there. Beautiful. Really well snapped off at the net by Catherine Hui. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but the 18-year-old #1 recruit in her class, incoming freshman at Stanford. You add her to that core they already have returning. Yepafanova, Connie Ma, Alexis Blokina, Angelica Blake. Valerie Hsu shouldn't be left out of that conversation. You throw Hui in there. That's a really good 6. We're not in de facto match point territory. It's too early in the set. But you see the long talk here between Shiv and Cayetano. I think they sense the gravity of this moment. Giavara and Hui a chance to put their foot on the gas pedals. And man, now Giavara gets a look at a second serve. Oh no, excuse me, this is Hui. Giavara floated the volley. It was a great move. Credit to Isabella Shiv. She was ready. Still, 3 more break point chances to come. And that's a break, and much as we said when Nakashima Tien got that early break lead in the second set, if you're Giavara and Hui, the top seeds, you can see the finish line for the first time. You can't smell it. You're not fantasizing about it quite yet, but there's a little outline, a silhouette, as one might say, in the background, and that's the silhouette of the trophy. As the top seeds now, 6-2, 2-1, set and a break lead. Of course, our coverage, I believe, begins tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Now, I'm still searching to see whether our finals will be simultaneous or not. Again, certainly looking forward to watching both of the matches unfold. Let's see, do we have a start time yet for Van de Castile Tien? 1 p.m. Eastern time start, 10 a.m. Pacific. So 1 p.m. we will be back for certain with the start of our men's singles final. Again, that battle, Tien versus Van de Castile. On the women's side, still waiting on an official announcement for the start time. Perhaps they're waiting to see how long this Giavara match goes. Don't know if their plan is to play the 2 singles finals simultaneously or back to back tomorrow. Obviously, as soon as we know, we'll have an answer for you. And as much as I love the game of Catherine Hui, the teenager is awfully talented. That serve, that's going to be the big source spot for development for her moving forward. Oh, you see Hui on her hands on the head as if to say, were we about to get away with that? Oh, she sailed it. Oh, what a swing for Sheev. What a bailout for the top seeds. So break back. All right, that's why I said you could see it. But maybe this gets something going. First break. Of the match for the number 2 seeds. Now, can they hold serve here? All right, it's a hold. And now things get just a little bit more interesting here. Felt like Hui and Giovara had a window to maybe run away with it, particularly had they managed to escape from those breakpoint deficits, hold 4-3-1. But instead, where do we find ourselves now? 3-2 on serve second set. Again, Alex Gruskin here. It's been a really fun day of tennis. I promise it continues. We'll continue to deliver here in week number 5 of the USTA SoCal Pro Series. Of course, we're at the beautiful Irvine Racquet Club. About, 40 minutes, I believe, from Los Angeles. Very mature service game from the 22-year-old Haley Giavara to steady the ship. Big first serve into that body of Cayetano. That's been the play they've exploited. Nothing easy to the Cayetano forehand. Can't give her clean looks there. But jam that body. Capitalize on her eagerness to take that forehand early and on the rise. 3-0 now. Oh, that's so good. I don't even know where to begin. The cross-court forehand Cayetano hit had no business coming back. What wheels from Haley Giavara just to get a stick on it and then Again, Cayetano was ready. Hui was ready. Everyone's ready. Hands up. Rocking and rolling. Breakpoint chances once again for the top seeds to make it 3 straight breaks here in the second set and put them 2 games away from the title. It's another break. We keep the sequence the same. 3 straight here on court number 9. And as they have been pretty much from the start, the top seeds, Haley Giavara, 22 years old, 18-year-old Catherine Hui, looking for a title. Of course, for Giavara, it would be the first pro title of her career. Long in the making. She's been top 700 in the world in singles. Kind of crazy to reach the top 700 without making a single final, but she no longer has to worry about that asterisk. As Giavara earlier today, straight set winner over doubles partner Catherine Hui to reach her first pro singles final. It's just the explosiveness, the first strike, the power. There's a lot of moving parts, and yes, on the wrong days, the errors will absolutely seep in, but on the right days, on the right points, you see why Haley Giavara can impose herself against so many opponents. Now here's the question. Can they find a Catherine Hui hold here? 18-year-old to serve. 4-3 again. 2 games away from the title. From back-to-back titles for Hui. Really well done by Sheep just to get a racket on the ball. Again, that ball just outside the reach of Haley Giavara. All right, it's a deciding point, a massive one. We're either a game away or we're back on serve. And Hui finds maybe her best serve of the day. Flat, wide, gets the job done. Top seeds are a game away. That was gumption. That's a gut check moment for the 18-year-old. And fascinating to me, fascinating to see them go Shiva on that return. It speaks to, again, it's been an up and down day for Erin Cayetano from the ground. Still just a single break deficit here in the second, but top seeds are a game away from the title. Well, it's great improvisation on all sides, and that's what makes doubles so enjoyable, right? You got to hit the brain. You got to get creative. No 2 points in doubles, barring an ace, are ever going to look exactly the same, right? Splits the middle. Oh, no, it's sailed on her. It was the right read. Question's been asked. Still, the title is on the racket of the top seeds. Haley Giovara in particular, the 22-year-old All-American for Cal Berkeley, will serve for her first pro title. Everyone else has one on the court, but Giovara can win her first here today. Of course, she can win her first pro singles title tomorrow in what will be her first pro singles final. Giovara has been just a superstar. Has reached about the quarterfinals or further in every event she's played here in the USTA SoCal Pro Series. Very much up for the Indian Wells qualifying wild card that'll go to whomever captures the most points, albeit it has to be a Southern California American. But if you can capture the most points of that group of people, you will have an Indian Wells qualifying wild card waiting for you next year. Haley Giavara, the 22-year-old, to serve for the title. Wow. Giavara had a look at that high volley, just couldn't quite put it away. So clutch. And it's been that sort of day for Cayetano, but it's also been that sort of day for Giavara. Match points for the top seeds. Deciding point, match point. You just know it's going to Isabella Sheev, right? Can Haley Giavara put in a good first serve here? If she can, she'll have maybe her first pro title of her career. It's a great choice. And Giavara into the air. She's a title winner. Hug exchange between her partner, Catherine Hui, of course, Isabella Sheev, Erin Cayetano. They won a title earlier on the USTA SoCal Pro Series, and a lot of love between all of these players. Obviously, Cayetano, Giavara have spent a couple of years now doing battle between the Cal Berkeley Bears and the USC Trojans. A couple of teenagers, Sheev, Hui, they know each other. A lot of love exchanged. You love to see it, and that's what this USTA SoCal Pro Series is all about, giving these players, Cayetano, Giavara, Sheev, Hui, Tien, Nakashima, Gujar, Van de Castile, all the names we've seen here today. They're all young players in the midst of their ascension here on the Pro Tour. Now, we don't know if any of them are going to be number one in the world, top 10, top 25, but this is where it gets started. At events like this, grinding day in, day out, on the USTA SoCal Pro Series. So much respect for all of these athletes. So appreciative to Christopher Boyer, the entire USTA SoCal team, in putting these opportunities together for so many of these athletes. Again, Giavara, Hui, Sheev, Cayetano. We've seen them all just about every week, and we look forward to continuing to see them, of course, of our final 5 days of broadcasting as well. As with that in mind, just 5 more days left to go here in our coverage of the USTA SoCal Pro Series. Now, the good news is we're back tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Again, going to be a sequence of fun events. Looking forward to Lerner Tien, Quinn Van de Castile certainly doing battle in our men's singles final. That match, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. And it will be simultaneous finals, as tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, Haley Giavara will be back on court. She'll take on the top seed, Lu Jiajing. Dominant earlier today in a win over Cayetano. Again, 2 very fun matches. We're looking forward to showing all of you tennis fans. We will wrap our coverage on the day here now. Again, a massive thank you to all of you who tuned in. A massive thank you to my partners in crime, Brian Fenley. Of course, I'm looking forward to meeting in person here next week. A shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff, Cracked Racquet CEO Dalton Thieneman, without whom none of which you see on your screen would be possible. That said, that'll do it for our coverage of today's action at the Irvine Racquet Club. For all of our winners today and everyone who contributed to our Cracked Racquets coverage, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. We'll be back 1 p.m. Eastern Time for our singles finals tomorrow. We will see you all then. Thanks, everyone.